Hello, hello. Jennifer, MSQ, and Dawntrail. Oh, last I went through got all an hour. We met Ketten Ram. Now we go on from there. Not but four walls and a roof, but enough for most folks. Make yourselves comfortable. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamook? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weather eye on them. Though seeing how you've won them over, he thinks I have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Galul Jaja's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept, and incidentally, to remind Sir Real Cha of his duty as elector. Forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here. That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Orkor Zormor? That's right. Ketenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle. Valle Garmanda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stay and watch, stay and watch. He trusts in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as ye are all by these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them I understand Papa's hope for this nation, what I must continue to protect. Improve your readiness for the throne, Woklamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage claimants. So when Honmu Rook refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrax 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galif's visit had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yokhu who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Ger Furler's abilities are at all representative, the Yokhu are no stranger to arcane. Which means the dreamers of Eld likely owe their experience to their inherent qualities, their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and Breeze. While there, we can take all the opportunity to see to any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. Your Kahis was boy, ain't he? told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed, despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Woklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks, comrade. We'll find it together. Was I ever that young? He waited for me. It seems Kenton Ram knows my mentor. We chatted for a bit longer. Afno said to meet by Dawntrail, so I'll see you there. I'm chilling. Hold for me now. The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever averse to aiding visitors. You won't believe how meaning a jewel they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Mila Cha and Surreal Cha, you've come to help us. As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City. My wife is beholden to no such constraints. Anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for one. You recall the place I showed you, where my son confessed the truth of the blessed siblings. That stone pier stands at the entrance of Sky Deep Cenote, the final resting place for children belonging to our cemetery. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yoktel, it may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices we may conceive. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and I'm sure Bakul Jaja would appreciate that. We're here to offer any help if you need it. Your father also visited the cenote, think of it. It was many years ago by now. A notable affair due to a foreigner he brought with him. A mage, I believe. Truly. The Dawn servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yokyu quarries. Doubtless the very same one excavated by 4 poor Laura's dreamers. Then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky deep cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You'll find a winged beast or two lingering in Kolkdrak descent. It will carry you below. I believe in you, their promise. You will make a magnificent dawn servant. This is it, everyone. The sky deep cenote. All way away. We still have 3 more zones, so fine. And yet, story-wise, I feel like we're getting ignored. Then again, we haven't really had a big conflict either. Maybe there isn't a big bad. Okay. This leaves me wondering what else there is left. Well, that's just falling down. Okay. This is a cenotaph, which means beyond these doors. Right to succession or no, disturbing the souls that rest here feel wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. dungeon. Guess we haven't had a 95 dungeon. Always dungeons every 2 levels. How they do expansions. They're both casters. Really matter who I bring. It being cast. Right, I moved it. Like, why am I alien? No. I need that. It's probably not worth. No work for me. Not using the mold project. It's better to use my mode. was that feather, right? It's like a species of prey. Right, that's nice. Sick. Oh, I see. But that would be a knockoff to us. I guess it didn't really happen back in the beginning. Back here. It's a very interesting force you to do mechanics on other people based on where you're facing. Interesting, so the other quarries. I'm curious how much or what is me being curious. I don't really fucking figure that out by with MSQ. Genuinely interested. They want to do. This feels like it's going a lot quicker than I expected it to. Are these statues gonna come to life? Rats? There are rats. Statues do come to life. Ow, 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 ow. Is that? Oh, just more rats, I see. Ah, please not me. Ow, 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 ow. Hurts! The potency on this is so high. Islands, our workers have fallen. Activate fire. Wow. I didn't realize there was something there. I figured the attacks would reflect, but I didn't think there was something there. I see. So it's a yellow orb that causes it to explode. I see. Who made these things? That's what I want to know. Who made these defenses? This. Why is it so? Doesn't hate that. What the hell? Indeed, what is that? Alright, goodness. Let me just paint.
You cannot stop us!
Quick recast on this. No. I want to know it's actual recast, not. What the f- That's that you jump scare. Oh, oopsie. I need to fix that lurk. Thank you, Keith, so much for the one sub in a row. Thanks for lurking. I'll fix that after this. What the hell is this though? Oh, whatever. Ow. Oh my gosh, it's Titan. Oh my gosh, it's Titan. Cool. That's cool. Oh. This thing? Oh, Kyle, you reefer. Kyle, you goddamn griefer. Oh, okay. Really make me move out of my damn circle. Not very nice. Bro, why did they walk into me? I hate this game. I hate them so much. I hate them. Like they want to kill me. My goodness. Okay, fine. I'll use hammer to move for movement. So silly. Oh. Oh. Okay, that was my fault. Oops. That was my fault. I didn't mean to fall off. Though I'm very confused what to do for opener. I will say that much. There's too many options. Really are murderers, huh? Interesting. Split it between the left and the right.
This should do it. This should do it.
Oh wow. Okay. That took a lot more tries than it should have. They tried to kill me. One time I did die from my own problem. Wasn't my fault. King will take that. What is this place exactly?
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
It's always the
While a careful
elegant.
study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
Always.
A golden light. Could it be?
There's something on the other side, but how did we get over there?
How convenient. A bridge when you step on it.
That's how, apparently.
Astute observation, Aaronville.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this.
Seven
Your
tablets for the
tablets
7
might be a
feats.
good fit, wouldn't you say?
number 2, Alfino.
The heck?
Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Well done. Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
So we did it. We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come, let us return to Tuliola.
Home at last.
So we don't get to see inside Golden City yet. Well, we've done it. We've seen Woklamat to victory and the right of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City. But they must wait until our claimant has settled into. Even as we speak, she prepares for the Ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand it will be held in a few. In the meantime, let's all enjoy some well-deserved rest. On speaking with Peshekwa, several cutscenes will split in sequence. Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Woklamat's victory and a right of succession. It is our great honor to host the comrades of our future Dawn servants. Such a grand journey has doubtlessly left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. There's still a lot of questions about Golden City. Well, sometime later. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is a testament to the quality of her traveling companion, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. It is you have it. My primary business in calling is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, while making no mention of me. You need to decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamati or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As a brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you'll stay by your side. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension ceremony.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn servants.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least. People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn's servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the City of Gold. My daughter, Wook Lamont.
Very high up. I think she's afraid of heights.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tully Yolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihyolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the Moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Bibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolal I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness! I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Yeah. My father led Tully to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my 1 head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
I'm just gonna say I told you so. I had a feeling this was on the this was going to happen earlier in the story,
Mamachi, are you certain?
and I told you so.
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tully Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud. Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the rite was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself. Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
She might have told someone what she was planning, but Woklamat does not act about the best interests of her people. A bittersweet celebration to be sure, but I'm glad Woklamat finally got the recognition she deserves. The head of reason was very wise indeed, devised something so elaborate and meaningful as a rite of succession. It's a shame he could not be here to bear witness again. Woklamat was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliolol is bright indeed. Well, I guessed this a while back. I'll have you know. It only made sense from what I was thinking earlier in Dawntrail.
Changes in the air, And it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Uh-oh. Woklamat has truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Kona as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and that he only forfeited to help Woklamat secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliolo will prosper under their care. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles. Besides, after everything we've been through, you've nothing less than family. So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me Lama T. I'll try to pronounce it correctly. Oh, don't worry about that. However you say it, I know it will be with love. If we do mispronounce it, please correct us, but it would be my honor to call you Lama. Mine as well. Indeed, consider us your Eorzean cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousin. A little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still lots I like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Tulky? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. You know, I still don't genuinely understand the hate Woklamat gets, personally. The character that grows to aspire to be a better leader and slowly does become a better leader. So why the heck are people upset with her? I don't particularly understand that. It doesn't make too much sense. I don't think she had like the arrogance Afno had in ARR either. It doesn't make sense in any way. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Entity's Tacos. And not just for a snack, I promise. Wokevu and Mablu should be there. I need stuff. Oh, I can pick up the next hunt quest. What do you have to say? Of course, since we'll be at Auntie's Taco anyway, we might as well pick up some snacks as well, right? I don't know, she hasn't changed. Very food motivated. Not a bad thing. Unserved Woklamat. Words cannot express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. Alright, then I shall forego formality. But I cannot. You are a Dawn servant. Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn servant, I'm ordering you to not bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Woklamat become Dawn servant, Tulky. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn servant's ascension presents us all the prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, as long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. So good to see you all again. I want to personally thank each of you for your help. The feat of reeds and the feat of gold were my first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the writer's section before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliolo has to offer in Shaktural, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I will be happy to offer my services as a tutor, should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kono as well. Your duties as Dawn servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I've been personally attending to your alpaca's care. There we hope to see you at the ranch again. Tell my fluffy, spit-filled friend that Woklamat will visit. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fonjintain around, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears. I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of Yoku, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy, got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. You can take 8 rides, alright. I guess I'll figure out. Can they take 8 rides? Okay, they can. Cool. And Controller is so big, it's actually crazy. I've not come to Tuliolo in quite some time. The citizens behold the High Luminary with awe. No doubt few have seen one of his station or his stature. Hot friend Rock is grateful for this meet again. look our dawn servant, Tulky. You honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tuliolol isn't a short one. Long road worth the travel to congratulate new dawn servants. To hear the head of reasons has passed brings sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlord's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense. You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone. I'm glad to see you, Halen Holdful. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventures has been both long and colorful. Beginning with the near shipwreck, you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimants. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. With the feat of pots, a feat of proof, and a feat of ice, showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness is also my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tuliolol I want for you all. But I promise you this, as Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozama Uka, the Yoku of Terwager Sultan. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too made a Terwager come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. While not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. While I can be pretty determined, they'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with fuel smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and potsworn is the very spirit of our healthy pot pack. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Unmu Rock. The Shabrak rocks. I believe I saw him in the sands below. The Gleam Sands. Thank you. Enjoy your time in the city. I remember this will always be your home, too. That's not right. We're just gonna run it. Can I jump on the roof? Oh, you can. Oh, nice. My. He honors us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just what. More than just, I'd say. You have grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so. But big events like this make me wonder, you know. What my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they would say it fills their heart with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me. I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you yet. The boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He is always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family's there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Ketanram anywhere? Or Anqua, that is? Ketanram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notably absent as well, but I assumed he required time to salve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tanqua, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We best be going, but relax. Enjoy and make yourselves at home, and come and visit us anytime. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the winged walk. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account. Really?
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulihiola with me. I'm not forcing you, of course, but should you wish it, you'll always have a place here. Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Tural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tuliyolal as well.
By all means, your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
That's something.
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
Yeah, I guess I never considered the north side. So that answers my question. Kinda didn't consider. Haven't. There's stuff. Oh, questions though. We'll attack Ketan Rim. What happened to our first promise? Definitely some questions though. Garland concrete air wall. Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktural. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready. No last minute stops to make before we leave. Forgive me. I'm afraid traveling with our new Dawn servant may have scarred me for life. Not very nice. Well, in the depths, a sky deep there. The first promise. How do you get all of them? This is a gate to the golden. A few decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to the scholar across the salt, petitioning the study of this. What he discovered was something the Dawn servant feared enough to steal away forever. Or so we thought, until the right's objective became the city of gold. But to think that Tanqua would be entrusted with its safekeeping. Had I known that the doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we would have spared ourselves those tiresome. Great power sleeps here. In it, you obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn servant succeeded where I cannot. Taking their throne will be no task. The resilient sun underestimated potential. There is no need for worry. I've liberated the key from the Dawn servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade. These bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future, promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you are destined. You think something like that would have been kept in closer? Is someone there who can hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can guide us. Then you are the guardian of the city's great power. I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire, or make worlds. Is that so? Oh. Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun arises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. Promise? Why? The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange. So, you want to explain to me why keys just held in a vault that they are able to take very easily? If it's such an untold power. You would think it'd be held in closer guard. Or anything of the sort. Like... I don't think I'm asking for something ridiculous here. Ready to get underway. Then present your travel pass to that guard and let's be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Shaktural is a wonder in its own right. This gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawntrail. Signed by Val Woklamat herself. My apologies, miss. If you'd wait here just a moment.
Shall we then?
I guess the next two locations are probably one in Shaktural and then the Golden City as the last. Hey, Texas.
On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shatona tongue. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona's supporters hurtled on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition. My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Are those bisons? Really is Texas out here. a bit of... I hate the current hunting. Big map. Greater current, big map. Shorton Ronik. Great, so. If one will suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. The Ronik have been acting strangely of late, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few fit for Renton's proven bothersome work. They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. Though the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. About that, sir. As well traveled as you look, it's not only the Ronik that been giving us trouble. Other wildlife has shown signs of aggression too. A merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on Ronik for a safer trip. The offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. But the Ronik, Armvel. Ronik. This is your first time in Shaoloni. I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride one at least once while you're here. Fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shaoloni experience, I suppose it will be worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Take it you're headed to Asatawi. Then I'll have a man bring the Ronik over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? So we convinced them, huh? Last time I was here, it was a little more than a camp with a shop or three.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Texas.
Hey! Now hold on a minute. Some sort of trouble. I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength.
For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the Deputy Chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat?
They are in Texas, huh?
Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine! If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Is that?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What?
Hey! What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekua is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
So this is where Estinian's been? You went to Texas? Of all the places to go, you went to Texas.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife, there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Wherever the wind.
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
Very interesting. Indian is it. No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. This Dust Watch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by. The people of Shaloni rarely see eye to eye, and for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner not risk their lives, so it encouraged parties to pursue resolutions in odd fashion. The Dust Watch was likely established by supporters of Kona, preferring peace being forced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost on the Roll Jaw's authority. All of which is to say, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. I should like to think the stableman has arrived with a Ronique by now. I'll go on ahead and check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come find us when you've had your fill. I need to go get it. So there really hasn't been like a desert like this. Oh, Sandalands was like an actual desert. This is like Texas desert. Interesting. They're really going for a lot of fast, different land expansion. I think it's good. That was that old western that this game doesn't. I think it makes sense. Personally. Where be date occur? Yes. Are they just gonna end up exploring this whole town, huh? Whole map. cerulean. Ironville did mention about cerulean as having it. Makes sense. I might as well pick up the Aetherite while I can. Oh shit, pretty. 5? Bad. Monsters being cerulean. Strange. Southwest. Right on that corner there. Ow. How are they seeing me? What's left? Further south. Or put on there any. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, it's... The heck is this? Northeast like 1,000. That's a bit too far for you to travel. Oh. Let me go back. Some of them. finding the current. A friend, I take it. Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robbery targeting merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Roni. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at Cheshenewezi Springs. That's fine, of course, but why hasn't the Duskwatch dealt with this banditry? Yamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them all up's easier said than done. If you have anything of value, we want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then, if you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. Basically buffalo. This is your first time, so take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. I continue to be struck by how much Shalone has changed. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turn to Nopali tender. Not just for waters in their stems, their fruits also said to be both nutritious and delicious. That was Stinian man. See that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it's brimming with cerulean. Eruptions of flame from within make for a spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales of people who endured it. The Walla key means show great reverence to ruling flames, but that is a discussion for another time. Here. A good thing for these. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short. Now then. This is Cheshenewezi Springs. Goodness, long of a name. Perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over, hoping to find their fortune. The change come to Osatawi was surprising enough, but it's no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of the town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Ayate is her name. If she'd learned that I passed through without saying a word, never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Ral. I can but assume she too came here, seeking greater opportunities. Full zones names are wrong. I can't. I don't know how to pronounce half of these. Even like hearing some of them pronounce, it's like, come again. Well, hello, Bam, Meek. The summons are cool. It's cool to have Texas. Eventually. But goddamn, this is hard to pronounce a lot of them. In any case, let's see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. First name basis. What do people call you, Meek Speedy? They're Speedy. Or blue-haired what? Lolov? Or Vera? You ever say what I'm looking for? Happened. Oh. Oh, I guess we are looking for a Vera. Hmm. Yes, I'm Ayate. And who might you be? She is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is. Aaronville. Yes. A man grown. You were such a daring little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since last we spoke. Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Ayate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown. Okay, Aaronville's name is also difficult. Alen Jeepia? Is that what they call you here? Alright, alright. I was born Ellen. I don't even know how to pronounce that one. Ellen Sheepia? I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Viera convention, so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you continue using my every time Aaronville gets dead name. Oh, goodness. You know what? It's okay. Aaronville is easier for me to say. Holy. A homecoming. You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see Ahisiwa. She's the finest archer I know. Okay, I give up. Aaronville's mother and mentor. Every time I dropped by, she treated us to a veritable feast, prepared with fresh game, and herself. You're impressive with the bow too, Ayate, even among the Chaton. Oh, I couldn't compare it to Kasira. I don't even know how to pronounce that one either. You know what? Early gets a voice later, and then we'll know. Swear to God if it doesn't. But her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge. That's what earned her a place among Galul Jaja's traveling companions. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. Even after Aaronville was born, she often left him in my care, so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. Must have been hard on you. I can't believe. Guess we're just embarrassing her here, huh? What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove your. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real. Found it. Found it. As part of the rite of succession, I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing. Oh, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions. Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Do my best. I'll see you. Someone screaming for help. Also went on before I could click it. What's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. Happened here? No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika, Wuklamat's nursemaid. Erinville, Tulky. How many closer and will slit her throat from ear to ear? If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh yeah. Hold on, they say this is Wuklamat's nursemaid. Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to give it back. I'm going after Namika. This slot I leave to you. Cocky bastard. I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs. We can deal with them later. First we need to put this one in the dirt. I think they live more than one spell. Guess we'll see. I guess it's no. Well, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, it's just a fair class. Very fair and balanced class, I assure you. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. The bandit managed to get away. I have an idea where they're headed. You said they stole something from me. A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Lamat. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant. But what brings you all this way? With the right of succession ended, Wuklamat crowned the next Dawn servant. She is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much of my plans to return home to Iasulani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know. Everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve. And now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name if only they had left me that bracelet. Would I ask what you intend to do? But I know that look. Knocked him senseless. I mean, I kind of want to do that regardless of what come once. But... Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you no harm will come to us. Okay, we will make sense of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint. Unless you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well. Be sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Woklamat put so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's hear back to... God, these city names. Shishenwezi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Ayate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. Oh my gosh, I need these city names here, please. I have a hard enough time with normal English. What is this, man? Anvil told me what happened, and you needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't even care if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. Braced for trouble. Nice name. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as this involves a gift from Mats, must be mindful of how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dust Watch. Well now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong, are you? I may save the star on one occasion. You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make. But if true, that certainly speaks to your strength. Your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late, there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Onaten Yawi, the southwest. Is that old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at the dried up veins there. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits. Not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. They will be investigating that place. I can let the Duskwatch know if you like. No, not yet. It would be best if you went alone. There's something I would like to ascertain, if you have no objections. Right then, let's be off. You know, I do find it kind of very, very odd that the events of Endwalker doesn't affect everywhere. Are you saying the final days didn't really come to the west? very curious thought. It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. I remember this place. There's an intercurrent. They made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dust Watch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find a bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you'd like to go have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in a muffled chatter. Don't know where we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easier money to be had. Not when we've got a boss who can keep the Dust Watch off our backs. Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got a way of carrying secrets to... Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sainted souls running our crew? That drunk who bought your story about the gold shitting alpaca, right? So... Oh, like true Texas. So like true Texas, they're getting... Right? Man, so not notice you here. As you lean in to listen, a familiar voice rings out through the wall. Let me out of here, you bastard. Shut your mouth, you sniveling little brat. Make me. I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture most of all. You tell him he can eat shit. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. Bandits who took the bracelet may be in this building. Have a listen and see what you can find out. As you lean in to listen, you hear someone entering the room on the other side. I brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? It was made by a famous artisan. You idiot. How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please. Please, I'm sorry. I reckon we could find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here, your reward. And don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Yeah, I thought he was gonna shoot my face. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. So we're able to learn anything. Their leader is a man of the Dustwalk. That would explain why these bandits were able to do as they please. You say they gave the bracelet to him. It seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? Ekoa. That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture, their leader's alias. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash robberies in Hasatawi, we also know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though if he's that quick to point a gun at his underlings. Get him up. You're right. If we confront him with his henchmen around, a violent outcome is all but guaranteed. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Help. Luwaten Wawasa. Yo. Yeah, they're just smashing the keyboard with a consonant and a vowel. I refuse to believe it. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. Bro. They really went to the writers and said, hey, how should we localize this? And I don't know. They're smashing vowels and consonants together. Make them read it. I'm struggling here, man. What is this? If we're to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. And to do that, we'll avail ourselves of Ehesea, a dragon-like creature that lives to the south of here. It's their breeding season, and males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, you can create an attractant that resembles the scent when burned. We then can lure Ehesea into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the Vulture and the gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we sneak in and search for this bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask that you collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants required. Here, take these 3 pouches and see them filled. I will handle the rest. This isn't even the first time we've collected excrement of animals. I had to do it in Stormblood too. Back when we first met them all. remember if there was a Shadowburn. He's faded area, but see no signs of his dropping. Those things look like spear dragons. Oh. Die. You find a pile of Yehesea droppings. Gingerly scoop them into your pouch. Early to cactus it. Finished already, are we? Oh, have fun with this. Excellent, this will do nicely. All that's left is a mix of feces with tumble claw fibers, dried nopali tender roots, generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tonaten Yaoi. Holy sh! I swear, names. They drive me insane. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. A fair number appear to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attractants I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Hesea will come soon after. This one is fair. He's not a fighting in the slightest. So this one I'll give to him. What's that smell? Ugh, that reeks. What did you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Ugh, did someone die? Someone explain that ungodly stench to me. boss over there. Huh? What in the world? Run for your lives. You seriously die after one peck. The smoke's what drew them here. I swear when I find out who did this. I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now. They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll kill you. Shit, who was that? Hey, are you gonna help me or what? The bracelets must wait. Let's break them out and withdraw for now. Well, that was a whole waste of time. Thanks, you won. For a moment I thought you might actually leave me. All that effort and not to show for it. Sorry about that. But damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. No need to apologize. We're planning to save you. Eventually. Really? And I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something. I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture, I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as deputy chief of the Dust Watch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. I reckon he's hidden there right there now too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right, so those bandits in Yawi, they're called the Daybreakers. It was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed help to even the odds. That was 3 years ago, and whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how, with a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. We made damn sure they did, every time. Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture and his Doug showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Iwikana and Lewin, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel, and he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. When the day came, he showed up with the Dust Watch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. As if it wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Dust Watch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was, until the guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of the town than the Vulture's minion caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner, then, well, you know the rest. You said the Dust Watch would be of no help. Were they all working for the Vulture then? No, not all of them. The Sheriff, Yamaka, he's as honest as they come. A staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my words against his deputy chief, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where this Vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namaka's bracelet, I think. For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. Plan? All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Wesi Springs. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us his pitch. Do we really have to go all the way over there and talk about it? Could have done it here. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Law of the Lamb. Well, well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seem risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels, where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments fueled to Tuliolal, where they're sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'd trust the lackey of that business, given the provenance of the piece. I'll wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got a coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Huasatawi. I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Ah well. Not my finest hour, Ellen. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture is a slippery bastard. If we're going to catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Asatawi would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the other to search the barrels for stolen goods. And using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Bihuete is carrying the bracelet. But regardless, there will be time enough to find it once he's ours. But won't he simply feign innocence? Well, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? The approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understand the importance of rules and laws. Deputy Chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? Not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, we'll lose. That'll be the end of the vulture. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? I say we let him have his duel. Thanks. I was lucky running into you two. I won't regret this, I promise. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen in Tonatenyawi, but it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. And you're with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You'll want to buy your friend as much time as possible and make your way to Satawi. Once you got the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it. The Yehe were likely that Shetona is doing. What's his angle? And then there's that brat. Last time I dealt with him. Bihuete is oblivious of your presence. Perhaps a gentle pope will get attention. What's this? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Ahem, have you need of the Dust Watchman? What? The Koa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him. I see. So desperate was he to see his friends freed from prison, he turned to a life of crime. How awful. Yeah, my sincerest thanks, miss. Might I trouble you to take me to him? I'm putting... Not that this is an appropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist. Sheshenewezi Springs is home to a thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. How very... Something the matter, not please lead on. How very... ironic of him to say that. But, you know. Guess he has to play the part of a deputy. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. Very well, lead on. There's gold in these fields. Blue gold. Ahem. Best be wary of the beasts in these parts. They may prefer to snack on cerulean. For you, I reckon to make an exception. Is this the place then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way. This is some sort of joke of all the... Keep moving. One beer. All these. All this. This better be the place. Ah, I left him tied up around a big rock. What's different? My patience is wearing awfully thin, miss. If he isn't at the next place, we stop. I may be forced to do something you and I would both deeply regret. Fight me. I ain't gonna win. Great. Bye. Unless you rather I feed you on raw, needles and all, at the chit chat. Alright, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where is Zakoa? Tell me where he is or I'll bury you in the same grave. Confounded. That's it. I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you. Hey. Wihu Wete, you looking for me? Trying to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you.
Wahoote! finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey! That's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
You would have had to arrest yourself.
What's the meaning of this, Wuhute?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wuhute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it!
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zekawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
course, you have the balls.
Oh, you little shit!
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wihute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
That's how you're supposed to pronounce it?
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody.
Tonatenui? My god.
But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakua? What do you intend to do now?
Why? What I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamott's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
I wonder who voiced that guy. Sounds very familiar. That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all is well that ends well. Phew, finally it's over. I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Now that we have the bracelet, let us return to Sheshenezi Springs. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you a proper thanks after I find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs then. Hate their current quest. Hey, aren't you the one that was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? Could use a capable hand like yours if you're willing to lend it. The name's Sohi. I'm not from around here, truth be told. Bro. Joke. Live in that town? That's way too long for me to pronounce. Well, I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then I spied him dealing with some unsavory looking men. exchanging unusually large sums of. I confronted him about what I saw. But he'll say little more than it's just a misunderstanding, and grumble as he changes the subject. I realize this is sudden, but could you see if there's anything to be done to help? He's in trouble. No. A weight's been lifted off my heart. Bless you, miss. His name is Sitekewa. Last I saw him, he was heading into the saloon. The Tonawaweta with a red cape pulled down over his face to cover those bruises. Most like. I miss him. A new face in town, eh? Well, what can I do for you? Think I'm in trouble, does he? There he goes, jumping to a conclusion. That'd be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folks in town with their money trouble. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago is one of. I should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning gil to folks having trouble with coin for one another. There's a reason I don't lend them Pel, but I'll get to that in a moment. My family's lived here long before there was ever a town here. But then people moved in and they started expanding. Before long, Emeka's family approached us about it. It was around the time when trade overseas was gaining in popularity. I had it on good authority that gil was on the way to become common currency in the wilds. So I decided to sell the land for gil, use those funds to start my business. Fair enough, everything went as expected, and the business is starting to do well. It's not without its troubles, seeing as money is involved, but never lend to any unsavory types. Simply explain all this. The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him. Seems my silence only made it worse. He found himself a real tight corner. Gil is what got him there. Now he wants nothing to do. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, full mood, sour. He said he put everything in my name. Whatever happens after that is. It's not exactly easy to bring up my work when it involves the one thing he seems to hate more than anything. It's time I changed that. This job does more than just put food on the table. I'm able to help people. Help this town. How do I get him? I've got it. You're going to come and watch. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it won't go, but he might come around to a first-hand account from me. Come and see what good my work does for Usatahi and how I help the people. He did send you to help me. I promise to make it worth a while. Right then, before we get started, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. Tulky, eh? Well, Tulky, our first job is to go and see a miner named Wakwaze. He had a pretty bad accident on the job a while back. I had no money for treatment or much of anything, really. So I loaned him the gil he needed to keep. But now it's well past, he earns what he knows. He hasn't said. There's been time enough for him to not only return to work, but receive his wages. Times in fact. Usually comes here into town when he's working, and his shift ends. Just meet him outside town. If we're lucky, we'll catch him just as he arrives. You're here for the money. I was gonna pay, honest. I just mixed up the dates is all. Can we settle this later? Busy. I know you're lying, Aquaze. You're not going anywhere until you can look me in the eyes and tell me why you're late to get back. He's obviously hiding something. I'm not looking to start trouble. I don't suppose there's anything you can do to persuade him. Maybe a little flex to show him more serious. Maximo? Oh, there was a flex emote. Okay, never mind. I do know there was a flex emote. Yeah, gods, look at those arms and those absurdly hardened necks. Fine, fine. Just put all that away. It's all here and with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding me? When I was still on the mend, my lady friend took really good care of me. So I want to buy her something fancy to thank her. I understand, really I do. But if you really want to make her happy, you get your life. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time. We're gonna have a long talk about how to manage savings first. You're right. What good am I to her if I'm out on the streets without a guild or even a bell to my name? I'll give it some thought and we can talk later. I can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one, but it's no excuse to get carried away with his spending. So what do you think of my job? The money I loaned him paid for his treatment and supported him through his recovery. Does this count? This has to count for something, right? Like more. Well, there's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on. I don't trust loan sharks here. On this slave to land. Ah yes, the incredibly long name I never pronounced. Welcome, traveler. I wonder if you're out exploring. You might be able to do me a small favor. There's a cave network nearby where my daughter has gone to offer her prayers. Forgotten the all-important fish oil. I would take it to her myself if it weren't for this terrible pain in my foot. Oh, it hurts something fierce, it does. Do you think you could give her this candle for me? What? Why is there a cliff you can't drive off? What? That's wild to me. Wow. Something I can help you with. You came all this way to deliver this. I'm awful grateful to you. And to my ma for realizing I'd a candle. You see, these caverns are sacred ground, where we come to pray to our ancestors, and more recently, these flames provide the living way to commune with the dead. And thanks to you, I can light a candle of my own and prayer. Since you're here, maybe you could stand before flames and offer a few words to departed loved ones. Doesn't matter where you're from, all spirits are welcome, living or dead. Bike. Also, that's a bright mount. My eyes. Flashbang bringing that out. There's dinosaurs in Texas. Thought they were extinct. Welcome back. I'm guessing you're able to find my daughter. No doubts in her thoughts. She never was one to do things the easy way. You know, as much a stickler for tradition as she is, she actually works in the real world. Still, I gotta hand it to her. She managed to work towards a promising future. Of her. I sure am proud of her, but don't tell her I said that. Wouldn't want her getting a big head. Well, I'd say me and that daughter of mine have taken up enough of your time. It was awful nice meeting. Thanks a million for helping us out. I guess it's about time we can move on. My bracelet. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It is part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Woklamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond. But I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised. Deputy Chief turned out to be the bandit's leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. Easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are, the real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Ibirkana and Li Wine. If it wasn't for you believing in Oa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. They have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Ute put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Sakoa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with the plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now, and lacking in strength besides. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dust Watch the slip, the Daybreakers will be. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Right, you'll teach us how to draw your pistol so fast. Well, we won't need to duel if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we best make sure everyone can or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that you have. Until we meet again. If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place, as I'll be here a while. So do not let me. So do let me know if there's any way I can. Or you're not planning to take the train home. Oh, train service has been suspended. Didn't I tell you? You mentioned no such thing. Something about the traps being damaged last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake must have happened when we were still down south. There have been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you arrived. I can only hope no one hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when the service will resume, you could speak with the station master himself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. It seems people aren't too happy about the train delay.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
Just very helpful.
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe.
Gosh, these names are too hard.
And this grizzled mug is Zoppia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
He looks like first. Ronka. They all look set. Yeah.
Something the matter?
Happy to be a fan of Trump.
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
But I'm not the only one that thought them similar. Though no small number live in Shaloni, I must confess I've never visited the home of the Taro. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of railroad. Come, let's follow Walika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot. You'll see it from the outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself, so if you peek through the windows, you can probably catch a glimpse of. Enough jabbering, Shenza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do. Get to it. We'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. We're on our way after all. Level MSQ. Access have been a lot slower than I thought it'd be. Very interesting. Perhaps. Must confess, the train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods through the wilds now. Right. Mehewateson should be to the northeast here. I'm sure. I'm gonna go find Aether Current and we'll go. far east past this. Excellent. That one's past the wall. Didn't take 8th, alright, I don't know what's right. Water swimmable? Looks so. Did I just... Looks like it's somewhere in the water. It's at the... Probably across. It's the last one. That's it. Cool. All that's left is get the West and MSQ. Flying Texas. These good. Ah, there you are. The village is just ahead. Truth be told, I never had direct dealings with the people of Mahawates Zone, but I know that their tradition means a great deal to them, as does the land. Ah, such lovely, clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum at Shenawezi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. A paradise for people and animal both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessing of nature, as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I'm Huato, chief of Mewahetason, and this is my son, Chapeto. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I am Walika, station master of Shocktrail Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks and required timber to make repairs. This is Tulky in Aaronville, who has volunteered to assist us with restoration. There are a most curious air about you. Of oil and steel and leather, faintest hint of metals awash with unfamiliar flora. I gather you are not from. Hail from it? Truly. I would love to know more of you lands you have seen. I'm told your people hold your tradition highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, as is our love for her land and her children. The Hetasaro in particular have done much to guide our way of life. Where we hunt together to lay our heads, the Hetso teach us all these things and more. It is for that reason I believe that we are tuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. The word Hetso, it means leader of souls, the Sorrow tongue. It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetso among the Hetasaro. Here we look to the Ronique for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of Aetherites, while we are committed to our tradition, that does not mean we respect all outside. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timbers you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. We'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way. My son is always delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. Have they always wiggled their ears? Both face? Happy. I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Runique have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, the temperament have become erratic of late. Stableman near Utsatawi mentioned, you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions, since others were drawn to this land. Shaloni has undergone a trend. The railroads are a part of that. As strong and resilient as they seem, Runique are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains all cause them distress. My father said we do not necessarily reject outside influences and motivations, but in this we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for bringing forthright. The matter concerns not only Hetasaro, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring this to the attention of Valkona. Valkona, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he's apparently, how should I put this? Hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficiency, to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Shepetto. Well, there's a grain of truth to the rumors. Not nearly as bad as they. Passion man scarce for his people. That's so. That's certainly a side of him. Tulky fought beside Valkona in the session. I take her word. You took part in the rite of succession. You're that close to the Dawn servant. I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I had recruited a bona fide hero. The succession of Dawn servants filled us with uncertainty in the future, but there's clearly much we do. On this particular occasion, winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds. See what Valcona. That we might see Valcona. Do you think he might visit some? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hoping that he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for the timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. We are terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Veronique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad. And if needs be, we'll seek Valcona's counsel. My thanks again for your time and the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. A lot calmer. Mewahateso. The village is home to a family of Hetesaru who have taken the Veronique as their guiding animal. As the name implies, the land where the Hetesaru graze is a nomadic settlement. The tents struck and pitched over and over as they follow the seasonal migration. We've more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands. Sneak won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and even thankfully it seems we won't need to make several trips for timber. I mean, we would just end up teleporting anyway. Ah. Vines. While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. Deliver the crate of timber to the main road. You have 2 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location to begin. Seem like a lot of timber. Oh. A long tail that smacked me. Oh, so why can't we just stuff this in our pocket like we stuff everything? Put everything in our pockets. I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back soon. We'll see to the rest. Once we repair the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid. But you'll be riding free of charge. At least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. A breathtaking sight, I can tell you. And Ito Wike will be driving. No engineer compares to her. It's always a treat. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shenza. And we've still more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass time. If there's anything else, Aloni, you're keen to see, I'll... Of course I wanted it. I guess. West. That's only one. But another. Oh, my traveler, have you perhaps seen a Runique calf run? I spotted a youngster south of Lake Tori. It seems like they've gotten separated. Of all the hungry fiends that roam the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone protecting it. The thing is, I'm not just not cut out to defend it from any predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? They ought to be somewhere to the south of the lake. I didn't think it would move. The lost Runique calf eyes you expectantly. Escort the lost Runique calf safe to its owner. You gotta defend the calf or move far away, which turns. Does it just follow me? Oh, so. Yeah, the calf hardly takes damage. How the heck would you ever let it die? I think it's more likely you move too fast and it dying. Yeah, I don't know how this thing would die. Ah, there you are. You returned the calf. What a relief to see the head so on a... You'd be surprised how often Runique calves go prey. In most cases, they fall prey to some fiend, but such is the way of nature. Though if you manage to get there before the fiends and raise a calf from a young age, they make for excellent beasts of burden. I'm not suggesting I go as far as to kill the calf's parents to single one out, yet I do make a point of trying to rescue any stragglers I happen across. The way I see it, that's as much as part of nature as any. Thank you, traveler, for bringing this one back safe and sound. I should do my utmost care for it. One more Aether Kernel. And the last one will be done. MSQ. Won't unlock until story 8. So. How do you feel of the sights? Well, they appear to have almost finished. Several cuts. That message pops up a lot this expansion, huh? Several cutscenes play in order.
Glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
A barrel. It's also a cargo train on top of passenger. That's a small train.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tural. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yassolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream.
It doesn't really have train. Like they do, but they don't use it.
Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yassolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one? You can't be serious.
Gods have mercy.
What in the flying? What's happening? Oh, the train. Nitobekwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
We need to follow that her.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone!
What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please! Oh! Oh!
Bastard!
What did it just do?
Question.
Thank you.
Save the things. Just get to safety. I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace.
Quickly! Before it's overrun!
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Well, there's a conflict I asked for.
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tully Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve? This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No! His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been father's equal in combat.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Forgive me.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did, father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Sriracha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tully Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
Final Fantasy really gonna start ending up like Fire Emblem. Daughters don't get to live. Both have mercy. We did everything we could. Everything. Simply wasn't it. Can scarcely believe. How could this happen? God or no? No, Papa can't die. I really do be ending up like Fire Emblem. How could this happen?
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
What can we do now? Little Jaja was so proud to be succeeded by his children, but they think he will never get to see them carry on it. At a time like this, we must take the initiative. There will be countless people in need of help. Don't under. Only I'd been more careful. The say to the people, this casualty. Pity. Right, so Valklamat, Valkona. I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn and the Lance Guard has begun rendering aid to the casualties within our ranks have progress. We will continue to do all. I thank you for the report. Please inform the guard they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. Oten, thank you for the follow. The people, I need to help them. I need to. We will assist you in whatever way we can. Thank you. Thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere. Count. We'll split up and help all of them. Count on us. Alphino and Alize, could you take Bayside Bevy? Spiral and Aaronville, the palace perimeter. As for Tulky, please come to a resplendent quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. That definitely is a scene to watch. While I did have suspicion something might happen, doesn't make it any easier. It's a lot. Oh, gosh. I think I'll leave it here though. That was very heart-wrenching note to end it on. But I guess we do have the answer I had earlier. So what the big conflict will be next. I do have the end. Alright, well, thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for sticking. Have a good day or night. Take care. Bye-bye.